All right, grab your softest blanket, find that perfect spot where gravity seems to just melt away, and let yourself sink in. Good. Because tonight, we're taking a little time travel expedition to one of history's most aggressively marketed civilizations, ancient Sparta. You know, the place that's been selling us the same heroic brand for about 2,500 years straight. But here's the thing. We're going to peek behind that glossy PR campaign and see what was actually going on. When someone mentions Sparta, your brain probably autoplays that scene from 300. Leonidas, abs glistening, bellowing, "This is Sparta," while kicking some poor Persian messenger into a conveniently placed pit. Chiseled warriors with perfect beards, bronze shields catching the sunlight, defending freedom against tyranny. It's a compelling image, right? The kind of story that makes you want to hit the gym and maybe invest in some leather armor. But here's where things get interesting. That whole freedom-loving, democracy-defending narrative. Yeah, that's basically ancient propaganda that we've been buying for centuries. It's like if North Korea's tourism board wrote the history books. The real Sparta was less 300 brave warriors defending liberty and more military state built on systematic oppression with a side of selective breeding. Picture this, a society so obsessed with creating the perfect soldier that they literally practiced quality control on their own babies. Newborn doesn't look tough enough? Well, there's a cliff for that. It was like Amazon's return policy, but for humans, and significantly more permanent. See, those legendary Spartan warriors, the Spartiates, they weren't working day jobs. They weren't farming, crafting, or running small businesses. They were full-time soldiers because they had an entire enslaved population called Helots, doing literally everything else. We're talking about a society where the enslaved outnumbered their masters by something like 7-1. Imagine being so paranoid about your workforce that you have to declare war on them once a year just to keep them scared. That was official Spartan policy, by the way. Annual Helot hunting season. No bag limit. The famous Spartan equality. That was just among the elite military class. They all wore the same basic red cloak. Think of it as ancient military-issued uniforms, except with more, "we're all equally superior to everyone else" vibes. They ate together in mess halls, slept in barracks, and shared everything equally. Very communal, very egalitarian, very exclusive. It's like if your local country club decided to become a military dictatorship. And that glorious last stand at Thermopylae absolutely happened. Definitely heroic. But it wasn't 300 guys defending democracy. It was 300 guys defending a society that would have made a modern, authoritarian state blush. They weren't fighting for your right to vote. They were fighting for their right to keep their human property and continue their eugenics experiment in peace. You comfortable there? Good. Because we're about to dive into this beautifully twisted civilization where strength was everything, freedom was a luxury item, and the shadows definitely outnumbered the spotlights. It's the kind of place that makes you really appreciate things like workers' rights and not being legally murdered for looking weak. Now, if you're finding this gentle journey into historical dysfunction soothing enough to drift off to, please hit that like button. And hey, drop a comment telling me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is there. I'm always fascinated by the fact that someone might be falling asleep to stories about ancient oppression, while someone else is having their morning coffee to the same tale. And if you've got thoughts about other historical myths that need some gentle debunking, I'd love to hear about them. There's nothing quite like discovering that your heroes were actually running what amounts to an ancient military-industrial complex. So now that we've established that Sparta's brand manager was working overtime for millennia, let's actually step into their world. We'll explore how they turned 7-year-olds into killing machines. What daily life was like when you were outnumbered 7-1 by people who had every reason to hate you. And the surprisingly creative ways they maintained control over their human rights violation of a society. So we've started peeling back that first layer of Spartan mythology. You know, past the chiseled abs and the Instagram-worthy warrior mentality quotes. And what we find underneath is, well, it's complicated. And by complicated, I mean deeply, systematically messed up. Picture a 3-layer cake where the top layer is wafer thin, the middle layer is doing all the actual work, and the bottom layer is massive, constantly on the verge of exploding, and has every reason to burn the whole bakery down. Let's start at the top with the Spartiates. These were your full citizens, the cream of the crop, the ones who got to call themselves homoioi, which literally means the similars. Think of the most exclusive country club you can imagine. Now make membership hereditary, add mandatory military service for life, and require everyone to wear the exact same outfit. Forever. That's your Spartiate experience. These guys spent their entire adult lives doing one thing, preparing for war, not because they were particularly passionate about combat, but because they literally weren't allowed to do anything else. No side hustles, no entrepreneurial ventures, no early retirement to pursue pottery, just endless training, communal meals, and the constant pressure to prove you belonged in the club. They were the decision makers, the ruling elite, the guys whose word was law, and honestly, they were probably pretty good at the whole feared warrior thing. But here's what the movies don't tell you. They could afford to be professional soldiers because everyone else was doing their actual work. Now, floating around in the middle of this social sandwich, you had the perioesi. The name translates to dwellers around, which is ancient Greek for we acknowledge you exist, but you're definitely not us. These were free people, but they weren't citizens. Think of them as permanent residents with excellent job security, but zero voting rights. They lived in their own communities, mostly scattered along the coastline and up in the mountains of Laconia, far enough away that they couldn't cause trouble, but close enough to be useful. The perioesi were basically running Sparta's entire economy, while the Spartiates were off playing warrior. They did all the craftsmanship, all the trading, all the farming that didn't involve direct Spartiate supervision. They were the ones making the weapons, forging the tools, building the ships, and maintaining those crucial trade relationships with the outside world. And when war came, they fought too, right alongside the Spartiates, though usually in separate units because, well, social boundaries had to be maintained even in battle. If you were a perioek, your life was probably fine. You had freedoms, you could accumulate wealth, you could raise your family in relative peace, but you always knew exactly where you stood in the pecking order. You were the reliable middle management of ancient Greece, essential, respected to a point, but never really invited to the executive meetings. And then we get to the foundation of this whole operation, the Helots. These weren't slaves in the way you might think of Roman slavery. They weren't bought and sold individually. They weren't foreign captives. They were an entire conquered population, mostly from Messenia, turned into state property. Imagine if one country invaded another and just kept everyone there as permanent agricultural workers. That's the Helot situation. Every single Spartiate citizen was assigned a plot of land called a kleros. But here's the thing, they didn't work it themselves. The Helots did all the actual farming, all the back-breaking agricultural labor that kept Spartan society fed and functioning. They had to hand over a fixed portion of everything they produced, olive oil, grain, wine, you name it. It was basically a taxation system where the tax rate was most of what you grow, and the enforcement mechanism was armed warriors who practiced killing people for a living. The economic math here is pretty simple. Helot labor freed up Spartiates to be full-time soldiers. No Helots, no professional warrior class. No professional warrior class, no military dominance. No military dominance, no Spartan power. The whole system was built on their backs. But here's where it gets really uncomfortable for the Spartiates. They were massively, terrifyingly outnumbered. We're talking ratios of maybe 7 or 8 Helots for every Spartiate. Sometimes more. Imagine being the tiny management team of a company where you've made all your employees absolutely miserable. You vastly outnumber them, and they all know where you live. That was daily life for a Spartiate, and the Helots did revolt. Frequently. Sometimes it was small-scale resistance, sometimes full-blown uprisings that lasted for years. The Spartiates lived in constant, gnawing fear of waking up to find their entire economic foundation had decided they'd had enough. It was like sitting on a pressure cooker that someone kept turning up the heat on. So what did they do about this? Well, they institutionalized paranoia. Every year, the newly elected magistrates would formally declare war on the Helots, not metaphorically, literally declare war. This gave them legal and religious cover to kill any Helot they deemed threatening, without committing murder in the eyes of the gods. They even had a secret police force called the Krypteia, young Spartiates who would sneak around the countryside hunting down any Helots who seemed too strong, too smart, or too charismatic. It was systematic terror, dressed up as state policy. To keep themselves unified in the face of this constant threat, the Spartiates imposed incredibly strict rules on their own behavior. You couldn't accumulate personal wealth. That was forbidden. You couldn't engage in trade or commerce. That was beneath you and also potentially corrupting. They didn't even use normal money. Instead of gold and silver coins, they used these chunky iron bars that made large-scale wealth accumulation basically impossible. Try carrying your life savings when each coin weighs several pounds. Their entire social life revolved around the mess halls, the syssitia. Every Spartiate male belonged to a dining group of about 15 guys, and you ate there every single night. Same simple food, same black broth that was apparently so terrible that visiting foreigners would joke about why Spartiates were so eager to die in battle. You had to contribute your share of food and wine to the mess, and if you couldn't keep up your contributions, you lost your citizenship rights, instant social death. It was communism for the elite, enforced equality, but only among the ruling class. No one could stand out, no one could get too rich, no one could develop individual power that might threaten the group. They slept in barracks, ate together, trained together, and lived under the constant judgment of their peers. It was like a military boarding school that you never, ever graduated from. Meanwhile, while the Spartiates were busy maintaining their militant commune, the Perioeci kept the lights on and the economy running. And the Helots? They just kept working and planning, and occasionally reminding their masters that numerical superiority is a hell of a thing when people get desperate enough. It really makes you appreciate being able to sleep in your own bed tonight, doesn't it? Without having to worry about whether your agricultural workforce is plotting to overthrow you in the morning. Right, so there you are, all cozy in your bed, probably complaining about your pillow being slightly too warm or your blanket not quite covering your feet properly. Meanwhile, no one's examining you for signs of weakness or debating whether you deserve to exist. Count yourself lucky, because if you'd been born in ancient Sparta, your first few hours of life wouldn't have been about cute baby photos and choosing a name. No, it would have been more like the world's most terrifying job interview. Except the penalty for failing wasn't just, "We'll call you back." It was, well, death. You see, Sparta had what you might call very specific hiring requirements for their citizenship program. They wanted warriors, not accountants, not poets, not anyone who might grow up to question the system or, heaven forbid, prefer reading to stabbing. Just warriors. And they figured the best way to ensure a steady supply of quality warriors was to implement what was essentially quality control at the factory level. Except the factory was wombs, and the products were human babies. So picture this. You're a newborn Spartan, probably still figuring out how your lungs work, And already there's a committee of serious old men with beards preparing to decide your fate. Your parents, they don't get a vote. This isn't about parental love or hope or any of that sentimental nonsense. This is about state efficiency. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of corporate restructuring, except instead of laying off the accounting department, they were literally disposing of anyone who didn't meet their very specific performance metrics. The process itself was, let's say, thorough. According to our ancient sources, mainly Plutarch, who was writing centuries later, so take this with a healthy grain of salt, they'd start by giving the baby a wine bath. Not because they wanted the infant to have a good time, but because apparently a healthy baby would react well to being dunked in alcohol, while a weak one would have adverse effects. It's like a stress test, except the stress was potentially lethal wine immersion, and there was no medical supervision. If you survived the wine bath, congratulations, you've passed round 1. You'd then be presented to the Council of Tribal Elders. These weren't your kindly grandfather types who slip you candy when your parents aren't looking. These were men whose job it was to examine tiny humans for any sign that they might not grow up to be peak performance killing machines. A slightly crooked arm, potential warrior liability, a birthmark in the wrong spot, could indicate underlying weakness. Any sign that you might not be destined for a life of military excellence? Well, that was a problem. Now, if these professional baby critics decided you didn't meet their standards, you were exposed. That's the polite historical term for what was basically state-sanctioned infanticide. They'd take you to a chasm at the foot of Mount Taygetus and leave you there. The theory was that it was better for everyone, you, your family, the state, if someone who wasn't going to contribute to Sparta's military dominance just didn't. It's like being rejected from a job before you're even old enough to crawl, except the rejection letter is being left on a mountainside to die. This wasn't some cruel aberration or the result of a particularly bad king having a terrible day. This was official state policy, part of Sparta's systematic approach to population management. They weren't being mean for the sake of being mean. They genuinely believed this was necessary. In their minds, they were surrounded by enemies, sitting on top of a massive population of enslaved people who would love nothing more than to overthrow them, and competing with other Greek city-states for regional dominance. They felt they simply couldn't afford to waste resources on anyone who wasn't going to help them maintain their military edge. Every single calorie, every moment of care, every resource spent raising a child was seen as an investment in Sparta's future military capability. If that investment wasn't likely to pay dividends in the form of a strong, disciplined warrior, then it was a waste the state couldn't afford. It's like venture capitalism, except instead of funding startups, they were funding human beings. And instead of just losing money on bad investments, they were eliminating them entirely. The really chilling part is how systematic it all was. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of desperation. It was bureaucracy. There were procedures, protocols, committees. There were probably forms to fill out, if they'd had paperwork. It was the complete normalization of deciding human worth based purely on potential military utility. So when you think about those legendary Spartan warriors, the ones who made their last stand at Thermopylae, remember that every single one of them had already survived their first and most brutal test before they could even focus their eyes properly. They'd all passed that initial screening process in their first few days of life. The ones who didn't? Well, they never got the chance to prove themselves in any other way. It really makes you appreciate living in a time when your worth as a human being isn't determined by how well you might theoretically wield a spear, doesn't it? So you made it past the baby inspection. Congratulations. But if you thought that was the hard part, well, you were adorably naive. At age 7, your actual childhood came to an abrupt and permanent end. Your parents basically said, "See you later, kiddo," and handed you over to the state, like you were a library book they'd finished reading. Welcome to the agoge, which sounds fancy and scholarly, but was basically ancient Greece's most intense boarding school, crossed with military boot camp, minus any of the fun parts of either. The word agoge literally means leading or guidance, which is a bit like calling a tornado a light breeze with direction. This wasn't your neighborhood elementary school, where the biggest worry was forgetting your lunch money. This was a state-sponsored, all-consuming program designed to take whatever soft, family-loving little boy you were and systematically dismantle him, piece by piece, until what remained was a perfectly calibrated killing machine who happened to look human. First thing they did was throw you into what they cheerfully called an agoge, which translates to herd, not class or group or even squad. Herd, like cattle, because that's essentially what you were now. Livestock being prepared for a very specific purpose. Your new home was a communal barracks that made modern military housing look like a luxury resort. You got one cloak, one, for the entire year. Winter, summer, didn't matter. The Spartan fashion philosophy was apparently, if you're not shivering, you're not trying hard enough. Your bed was whatever rushes you could gather yourself from the riverbank. Think of it as ancient IKEA furniture, except instead of confusing instructions, you got hypothermia. And breakfast. What breakfast? Food was deliberately kept scarce, not because Sparta couldn't afford to feed you, but because hunger was considered educational. They wanted you lean, mean, and perpetually motivated to figure things out for yourself. Here's where it gets really charming. They actively encouraged you to steal food. But, and this is the delightfully twisted part, if you got caught stealing, you were punished. Not for the theft itself, mind you, but for being incompetent at it. It was like a real-life video game where the objective was commit crimes efficiently, and the penalty for failing was getting beaten with sticks. Imagine trying to explain that career guidance philosophy to a modern school board. The discipline was relentless and brutal. Daily beatings were as routine as morning announcements. But this wasn't just about physical toughening, though there was plenty of that. This was psychological engineering on an industrial scale. Your family. They were now just those people you used to live with. Your real family was your herd, and your real parent was the Spartan state. They systematically stripped away every personal attachment you'd formed in your first 7 years and replaced them with an unshakable loyalty to Sparta. The goal was to create soldiers who could think independently, but only within very specific parameters. You needed to be creative and resourceful, but only in ways that served the collective good. It was like being told, think outside the box, but only outside this one specific box. And if you even glance at any other boxes, we'll beat you senseless. The psychological balancing act was extraordinary. Be fiercely independent, but never, ever put your own interests above the group's. The older boys played a crucial role in this whole system, and by crucial, I mean actively terrifying. They weren't just your mentors. They were your immediate supervisors, your role models, and quite often, your tormentors. The system actively encouraged them to bully, intimidate, and generally make your life miserable. Why? Because surviving that treatment was supposed to build character. It created a rigid hierarchy where your ability to endure abuse from your seniors prepared you to dish it out to your juniors later. It was like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling essential oils, you were trafficking in trauma. But wait, there's more. Even the Spartan girls got involved in this delightful process. They underwent their own physical training programs, and part of their education included publicly mocking and ridiculing any boys they deemed substandard. Imagine going through puberty while being systematically humiliated not just by the older boys, but by girls your own age who were specifically trained to identify and shame your weaknesses. It was like social media bullying, except it was government policy, and you couldn't just log off. And it wasn't just the kids. Every adult Spartan male had the right No, the duty to discipline any boy they saw misbehaving. If you got reported to your actual biological father, he'd probably thank the guy and then double whatever punishment you'd already received, just for making the family look bad. It really was a village raising a child, just a village where everyone was armed, everyone had anger management issues, and everyone agreed that emotional support was for weaklings. The ultimate goal of all this systematic abuse was to produce warriors who were tough, resourceful, absolutely loyal, and completely fearless in battle. They wanted soldiers who had been so thoroughly hardened by childhood trauma that actual warfare would seem like a relaxing change of pace. It was about creating people who could follow orders without question, but also take initiative when needed. Basically, the perfect middle management of ancient warfare. Now, modern scholars have some interesting debates about just how brutal the agoge actually was and what kind of psychological damage it might have inflicted. Some argue that there were probably breaks in the system. Holidays where boys could visit their families, moments of genuine mentorship from older students, or periods where the discipline wasn't quite so relentless. Others point out that sustained emotional deprivation and physical abuse from age 7 probably didn't produce the most psychologically healthy adults, even by ancient standards. The question becomes, did this system create effective soldiers, or did it create functional sociopaths who happened to be good at warfare? The answer is probably yes. It consistently produced exactly what Sparta needed: disciplined, fearless, utterly committed warriors who could maintain their legendary military dominance. Whether it produced happy, well-adjusted human beings is less clear. What's undeniable is that the agoge represents one of history's most extreme experiments in state-controlled child rearing. It was a systematic attempt to strip away everything that makes childhood childhood and replace it with a single, unwavering purpose. It makes you realize that while your own school experience might have had its challenges, strict teachers, difficult tests, cafeteria food that violated several international treaties, at least nobody was encouraging your classmates to steal your lunch and then beating you for complaining about being hungry. So as you drift off to sleep tonight in your warm, comfortable bed, maybe take a moment to appreciate that nobody's going to wake you up tomorrow, hand you a stick, and tell you to go prove your worth to the state. All right, so you've made it through the Spartan childhood gauntlet. Congratulations, you're now officially harder than a $2 steak and about as emotionally available as a parking meter. So what's next? Well, you get to spend the rest of your adult life doing the one thing Sparta actually valued: being a professional soldier. And when I say professional, I mean this was your full-time, no side hustle, eat, sleep, breathe, warfare kind of career. Because in Sparta, if you weren't actively preparing to kill people for the state, you were basically unemployed. Your daily routine as a grown-up Spartiate was about as varied as a prison schedule. Wake up, train, eat breakfast, train some more, take a break to oil your muscles and chat with the guys, then more training. It was like being stuck in the world's most violent fitness program with no exit clause. You'd spend your mornings doing calisthenics, weapon drills, and probably running enough laps to qualify for a modern marathon. And this wasn't just when you were at home in Sparta. Even when you were off campaigning in some foreign land, they'd still make you do your daily exercises. Because apparently, the possibility of actual combat wasn't enough cardio. Then came the communal meals in those mess halls we talked about earlier. This wasn't just dinner. This was team building through shared suffering. You'd sit around with your fellow warriors, eating that famously terrible black broth and bonding over your mutual commitment to state-sanctioned violence. It was like a very militant book club, except instead of discussing novels, you were probably comparing notes on the best ways to stab people. Even your downtime was structured around being ready for war. You couldn't just wander off to pursue hobbies or start a small business. Preparedness was everything. It's like being on call 24/7, Except instead of fixing someone's internet connection, you might have to march off and conquer a neighboring city-state. Now let's talk about the gear that made Spartan warriors so iconic. Forget everything you've seen in fantasy movies about individualized armor with personal crests and decorative flourishes. The Spartan approach to military fashion was basically everyone wear the exact same thing. It was ancient military uniformity taken to an almost obsessive degree. Your most important piece of equipment was your shield, the aspis. This thing was basically a 3-foot wide dinner plate made of wood and faced with bronze, weighing about 30 pounds. And here's the thing, it wasn't just for protecting yourself. The whole Spartan shield philosophy was about protecting the guy standing to your left. So if you dropped your shield and ran, you weren't just endangering yourself. You were basically abandoning your buddy. No pressure or anything. Your primary weapon was the dory, a spear that was roughly 8 to 9 feet long. Think of it as a very pointy walking stick that you used to keep people at a socially acceptable distance of not close enough to stab me back. It had a nice leaf-shaped bronze or iron tip, perfect for making new, non-consensual ventilation holes in your enemies. For backup, you carried a short iron sword for those awkward moments when someone got past your spear and things became uncomfortably personal. Body armor varied depending on the period and your personal wealth, but typically included a bronze helmet that probably felt like wearing a metal bucket, bronze shin guards called greaves that prevented your legs from becoming someone else's pincushion, and some sort of chest protection. Sometimes this was a bronze cuirass, sometimes leather or linen, but always designed with the philosophy of functional over fashionable. And then there was the famous red cloak. This wasn't just because red looked cool, though it certainly did. The color was practical. It helped hide bloodstains, which is probably the most grimly practical fashion choice in history. It also made Spartan armies instantly recognizable from a distance, which was useful for both psychological warfare and basic battlefield identification. Oh look, here come the guys in red. Time to either surrender or start praying to whatever gods might be listening. The Spartans also took grooming incredibly seriously. Adult Spartan men wore their hair long and spent considerable time before battle getting it perfectly arranged. Their armor would be polished to a mirror shine. They'd look like they were heading to a formal dinner party, except the main course was violence, and the entertainment was mortal combat. This wasn't vanity, it was psychological warfare. The message was clear. We care so little about this fight that we had time to do our hair. On the battlefield, Spartans fought in the famous phalanx formation, which was basically a human wall made of shields, spears, and bad attitudes. This wasn't just a bunch of guys standing close together. This was a carefully coordinated fighting machine where everyone had to move as one. Each man's survival depended on the guys next to him doing their job perfectly. It was like a deadly conga line, except instead of dancing, everyone was trying to stab the other team. The Spartan army was organized with the kind of bureaucratic precision that would make a modern corporation jealous. The smallest unit was the enomotia, just a handful of guys who probably knew each other well enough to predict who would panic first. Several of these formed a pentakosties, and several of those made up a lokos, which could be anywhere from 500 to 1,500 men. The largest unit was the mora, though historians argue about exactly how big these were and whether they existed in earlier periods. But the point was that everyone had a specific place, a specific job, and was expected to do it perfectly while people were actively trying to kill them. What made Spartans truly terrifying wasn't just their individual skill, it was their ability to work together like a single organism. Other Greek armies might be brave, but the Spartans moved with machine-like precision. They could execute complex maneuvers that would make other armies fall apart. Picture trying to coordinate a group project where everyone actually does their part, shows up on time, and follows the plan exactly. Now imagine doing that while people are shooting arrows at you. That was Spartan military drill. They were also famous for their speed and endurance. They could march farther and faster than other armies, often showing up places their enemies didn't expect them to be. It was like having GPS when everyone else was still asking for directions. This combination of tactical flexibility and physical conditioning meant they could outmaneuver larger, slower armies and strike where their opponents were weakest. But perhaps their greatest weapon was the psychological impact they had on their enemies. Imagine facing down an army of identically dressed, perfectly groomed, absolutely disciplined warriors who moved in perfect unison and had a reputation for never, ever retreating. The sight of those red cloaks and polished bronze shields reflecting the sunlight, advancing in perfect formation, was enough to break the morale of veteran soldiers before the fighting even started. Other armies knew that Spartans would rather die than retreat. There was no negotiating with them, no possibility of them breaking and running when things got tough. They would fight until they won, or until they were all dead. And that kind of absolute commitment was terrifying to face. It's like playing poker against someone who genuinely doesn't care if they lose all their money. Their willingness to go all in every time makes them incredibly dangerous opponents. So as you settle into your comfortable bed tonight, maybe take a moment to appreciate that your biggest strategic challenge tomorrow probably involves deciding whether to hit the snooze button, not coordinating with 30 of your closest friends to march in perfect formation while people try to stick sharp objects in you. All right, so there you are, hopefully all cozy and comfortable, grateful that your biggest workplace challenge probably involves figuring out which coffee pods to use tomorrow morning, while those red-cloaked Spartiates were busy with their endless military drills and synchronized intimidation tactics. There was an entire other population making their lifestyle possible. Meet the Helots, the unsung heroes of ancient labor relations, the people who made Spartan freedom possible by having absolutely none of their own. Now, when we talk about the Helots, we're not talking about your standard ancient slavery setup. This wasn't like going to a slave market and picking out workers based on their biceps or agricultural experience. No, the Helots were something much more systematic and frankly more depressing. They were state-owned serfs, which is basically like being employed by the government, except you never applied for the job, you can't quit, and your children are automatically enrolled in the same career path. Forever. Most of the Helots were descendants of people who had the misfortune of living in places that Sparta decided belonged to them instead. The original inhabitants of Laconia, and especially the Messenians, people who probably woke up one day to find Spartans at their door saying, "Congratulations, you're now our agricultural department." It was like corporate acquisition, except instead of getting a severance package, you got hereditary bondage. You were born a Helot, you lived as a Helot, you died as a Helot, and your kids got to continue the family tradition. Social mobility was not exactly a thing. Their primary job was farming the land, those plots of territory called kleroi that each Spartiate citizen was assigned. And here's the beautiful irony. The Spartiates, who prided themselves on being the ultimate warriors, apparently couldn't grow a tomato to save their lives. So it was the Helots who did all the actual work that kept society functioning. They planted the crops, tended the animals, harvested the grain, and basically ran the entire agricultural operation that fed the Spartan war machine. Every single Spartiate's ability to spend all day practicing with weapons instead of, working for a living, depended entirely on Helot labor. It was like having a trust fund, except your trust fund consisted of enslaved human beings. Think about that for a second. Every Spartiate warrior who marched off to battle, every citizen who attended those communal dinners, every person who could afford to spend their days training instead of farming. All of it was only possible because there was an entire population of people forced to do the actual work. The Spartan military machine was basically a very elaborate pyramid scheme where the people at the bottom did all the labor and the people at the top got all the glory. Now, daily life as a helot was about what you'd expect from involuntary employment. It was harsh, but it had some quirks that made it different from straightforward slavery. The helots lived in their own communities, which meant they weren't completely isolated from their families and culture. They could get married, have children, and even keep a portion of what they produced after handing over the required tribute to their Spartan overlords. It was like sharecropping, except the landlord owned you too. This gave them a degree of self-governance and cultural continuity that chattel slaves rarely enjoyed. But don't mistake any of this for actual freedom. They were tied to the land like medieval serfs, couldn't travel without permission, and lived under the constant threat of violence for any perceived disobedience. It was like being on permanent house arrest, except your house was an entire agricultural region and your parole officer was an entire military state with a documented history of casual murder. They were essentially living under martial law 24/7, always being watched, always expected to be grateful for the privilege of working themselves to death for someone else's benefit. Any sign of attitude, any hint of resistance, any suggestion that maybe they didn't love their situation could be met with swift and brutal punishment. It was workplace surveillance taken to its logical, terrifying extreme. And here's where things get really uncomfortable for the Spartans. The numbers just didn't add up in their favor. The Helots vastly outnumbered their Spartiate masters, possibly by ratios of 7 or 8 to 1. In Messenia especially, the Spartiates were a tiny minority sitting on top of a massive population that had every reason to want them gone. Imagine being the management team of a company where you've made 90% of your employees absolutely miserable. They vastly outnumber you, and they all know where you live and work. That was the Spartan situation every single day. The Helots were like a demographic time bomb that could go off at any moment, and periodically they did exactly that. There were documented revolts, some small and quickly suppressed, others major uprisings that lasted for years and nearly brought the entire Spartan system crashing down. The Third Messenian War in the mid-5th century BCE was basically a multi-year slave rebellion that had the Spartans genuinely worried they might lose control entirely. These weren't random outbursts of violence. They were calculated, organized attempts at liberation by people who had been pushed beyond their breaking point. And the Spartan response was exactly what you'd expect from a society built on institutionalized oppression. Systematic terror designed to prevent any future uprising. Remember that charming Krypteia we mentioned earlier? The secret police made up of young Spartans. They spent their time conducting surveillance operations against the Helot population, identifying anyone who seemed too strong, too smart, or too charismatic, and then quietly murdering them. It was like a twisted internship program where, instead of getting coffee for executives, you got experience in state-sponsored assassination. Then there were those annual declarations of war against the Helots, official government policy that essentially gave every Spartan citizen a hunting license for human beings. Need to blow off some steam? Go kill a Helot? Worried that one of your agricultural workers is getting too uppity? Hunting season is open year-round. It was legalized murder disguised as administrative policy. The Spartans genuinely didn't see any of this as morally problematic. From their perspective, these weren't war crimes or human rights violations. They were necessary maintenance procedures for preserving their unique social system. It was like pest control, except the pests were human beings with families and feelings and perfectly reasonable desires not to be enslaved. So while the Spartans built their reputation on military discipline and unwavering courage, the foundation of their entire society was actually fear and brutalization of their own population. Behind every perfectly synchronized military formation was the silent resentment of thousands of people who kept that formation fed, clothed, and equipped while receiving nothing but oppression in return. It's a stark reminder that most heroic historical narratives conveniently omit the people whose suffering made that heroism possible. the Spartan warrior class gets remembered as the epitome of ancient virtue, while the Helots who made their lifestyle possible are barely footnotes in most history books. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your warm, safe bed, maybe take a moment to appreciate that your employment status doesn't involve annual death threats from your government, and your biggest worry about workplace surveillance probably involves someone checking your browser history rather than hunting you for sport. So there you are, hopefully all comfortable and relaxed, grateful that the worst thing your boss might do to you annually is give you a mediocre performance review or maybe skip your cost of living raise. Because in ancient Sparta, management had a very different approach to keeping their workforce motivated. Instead of quarterly check-ins or team-building exercises, they had something called the Krypteia, which was basically a state-sponsored death squad with excellent benefits and social status. Now, when I say secret police, don't picture guys in trench coats lurking around street corners with newspapers that have eye holes cut out. The Krypteia was more like a special forces unit crossed with a ninja academy, except their mission wasn't protecting national security. It was terrorizing their own agricultural workforce. Think of them as the ancient world's most elite human resources department, except instead of handling workplace disputes, they handled workplace disputes by murdering people. The Krypteia wasn't some shadowy organization operating outside government oversight. No, this was completely official, state-sanctioned terror with the full backing of Spartan law. Their target demographic was exclusively the Helots, and their corporate mission statement was beautifully simple: keep the enslaved population so absolutely terrified that the thought of rebellion would never even cross their minds. It was like a very aggressive customer retention program. Membership in this delightful organization was actually considered quite the honor. It was recruited from the cream of the crop, young Spartiates who had just graduated from the agoge with honors. Think of it as the ancient equivalent of getting recruited by an elite consulting firm, except instead of helping Fortune 500 companies optimize their supply chains, you were optimizing population control through strategic assassination. It was considered the ultimate demonstration of your commitment to Spartan values, which apparently included a healthy enthusiasm for state-sponsored murder. These weren't random thugs or psychopaths they pulled off the street. These were the best and brightest, the guys who had survived the most brutal childhood imaginable and came out the other side perfectly calibrated for violence. It was like a very twisted internship program, where instead of fetching coffee and making photocopies, you got to practice covert operations and targeted killings. And here's where things get really charming. Every year, like clockwork, the newly appointed E4s, Sparta's chief magistrates, would formally declare war on the Helots. Not on a foreign enemy, not on some distant threat to national security, but on their own workforce. Just imagine if your government announced every January that it was officially at war with everyone who worked in agriculture. Happy New Year, farmers. You're now enemy combatants. This wasn't just bureaucratic theatre either. This annual declaration served a very specific legal purpose. It created a loophole that allowed Krypteia members to kill Helots without any legal consequences whatsoever. What would normally be considered murder became an act of war, completely justified and necessary for national security. It was like having a hunting license, except the deer were human beings who grew your food. Think about the twisted logic here. The Spartans were so paranoid about their own workforce that they had to legally reclassify them as enemy soldiers just to justify the systematic murder campaigns they were running against them. It's like if a modern corporation was so worried about employee satisfaction surveys that they declared war on their own HR department. The Krypteia operated with the kind of efficiency that would make a modern intelligence agency jealous. They typically worked at night, moving through the countryside like ancient special forces, identifying and eliminating any Helots who seemed particularly strong, intelligent, charismatic, or just generally too spirited for their own good. Their job was to spot anyone who might potentially become a leader and remove them from the equation permanently. This wasn't reactive law enforcement. This was proactive terror. They weren't waiting for Helots to actually rebel. They were killing people who looked like they might someday consider maybe thinking about rebellion. It was like Minority Report, except instead of preventing future crimes, they were preventing future thoughts of freedom. Picture what this meant for the average Helot family. You're out there working the fields, trying to keep your head down and feed your children. And you know that somewhere out there are elite young warriors, whose job it is to identify and murder anyone who seems too capable or confident. You couldn't be too smart, too strong, too charismatic, or too anything, really, because any of those qualities might mark you for death. The psychological warfare aspect was just as important as the actual killing. The Krypteia operated in complete secrecy, even among other Spartiates. Nobody talked about what they did. Nobody discussed their methods, and nobody knew when or where they might strike next. This meant that every Helot community lived in a constant state of paranoia, never knowing if that shadow moving through the trees was just the wind or their death sentence. It was terrorism in its purest form. Violence designed not just to eliminate specific targets, but to create a climate of fear so pervasive that it would prevent any organized resistance. Every Helot who disappeared in the night sent a message to hundreds of others. Keep your head down. Don't stand out. Don't even think about fighting back. For the young Spartiates who participated, membership in the Krypteia was actually a prestigious career move. It was like putting Harvard Business School on your resume, except instead of learning about market dynamics, you were learning about population suppression through selective assassination. Successfully completing your service in the Krypteia marked you as someone who could be trusted with the most sensitive aspects of maintaining Spartan society. It functioned as a kind of elite finishing school for psychopaths, where proving your ability to efficiently murder your own agricultural workers was seen as a qualification for leadership. The most ruthless and effective Krypteia members could expect to advance to positions of real authority in Spartan society. It was social climbing through systematic brutalization. So when we hear those stirring tales of Spartan military honor and discipline, it's worth remembering that their entire society was built on this foundation of organized terror. The Krypteia wasn't some unfortunate aberration or temporary measure. It was a core institution, as fundamental to Spartan society as their military training or their communal dining halls. It really highlights the profound paranoia at the heart of Spartan civilization. They were so afraid of the people whose labor made their lifestyle possible that they had to create an entire organization dedicated to murdering them preemptively. It's like being so worried about your employees that you hire a full-time death squad to keep them motivated. As you settle into your peaceful sleep tonight, maybe take a moment to appreciate that your workplace probably has an HR department instead of a Krypteia, and your biggest concern about performance management probably involves paperwork rather than avoiding assassination. So there you are, maybe fantasizing about heroic last stands and impossible odds. And if there's one story that perfectly embodies that fantasy, one tale that turned Sparta into the ancient world's ultimate action movie franchise, it's the Battle of Thermopylae. You know the script by heart. 300 impossibly buff Spartans, a narrow mountain pass, endless waves of Persian invaders, and a gloriously tragic sacrifice that saved Western civilization from barbarism. It's basically the perfect superhero origin story, except everyone dies at the end, and Hollywood gets to make millions retelling it. But here's the thing about legends. They're like Instagram photos from ancient times. Everything's been filtered, cropped, and edited for maximum impact. The historical reality? Well, it's messier, more complicated, and probably more interesting than the version that sells movie tickets and gym memberships. Let's set the scene properly. It's 480 BCE, and the Persian Empire is having another go at conquering Greece. This time it's Xerxes I leading the charge, and he's brought what ancient historians claimed was an army so massive it could drink entire rivers dry and block out the sun with arrows. The Greeks, understandably, were experiencing what we might today call a collective anxiety attack. They needed a plan, and fast. So they picked a spot called Thermopylae, literally hot gates, which sounds like either a spa resort or a very specific type of adult entertainment venue. In reality, it was a narrow coastal pass squeezed between mountains and the sea, about as wide as a modern highway. It was the perfect bottleneck, the ancient equivalent of forcing an entire army to go through airport security one person at a time. Tactically brilliant, strategically sound, and guaranteed to give the Persians a massive headache. Now here's where the Hollywood version starts to diverge from historical reality. Yes, there were 300 Spartans there, led by King Leonidas, looking fabulous in their red cloaks and polished bronze. But they weren't alone, playing solo heroes against the world. The actual Greek force numbered somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 hoplites. That's right, thousands, not hundreds. This combined force included contingents from all over Greece, brave Tegeans, determined Mantineans, stalwart Orchomenians, tough Arcadians, about 400 Thebans, and roughly 700 men from Thespiae, who, by the way, stayed and died alongside the Spartans but somehow never got their own movie deal. It's like if the Avengers saved the world, but everyone only remembered Iron Man. The popular narrative has completely erased these other warriors, focusing exclusively on the Spartans as if they single-handedly held off the entire Persian Empire. It's the ultimate example of successful brand management. Sparta's PR department was apparently working overtime for the next 2,500 years. While the Spartans were certainly the elite core of the fighting force, and probably the most disciplined troops there, giving them sole credit is like saying the quarterback won the Super Bowl by himself. This selective memory also simplifies what was actually a complex political and military calculation. Sparta wasn't sending their entire army because they literally couldn't. They had a religious festival called the Carnea happening, and traditional Spartan law forbade major military campaigns during religious observances. It's like having a company policy that prevents you from working during Christmas week, except the consequences of following policy might be national extinction. The 300 were specifically chosen because they were the king's bodyguard, and crucially, they all had sons. This wasn't random selection or volunteer heroism. It was strategic planning to ensure genetic and social continuity. If these guys died, their family lines would continue. It was like a very morbid insurance policy. They were also sent partly to buy time, partly to test Greek unity, and partly because Sparta was being pragmatic about resource allocation. Turns out even the ultimate warriors had to deal with bureaucracy and scheduling conflicts. The actual fighting went on for several days, not just one glorious afternoon of slow-motion combat. For 2 solid days, the Greek phalanx held the narrow pass like the world's most lethal traffic jam. The Persian numerical advantage became meaningless when you could only fit a few dozen soldiers through the pass at a time. It was like trying to empty a swimming pool through a straw, technically possible, but extremely inefficient and painful for everyone involved. The Persian casualties were enormous. Their elite troops, including the famous immortals, kept smashing themselves against the Greek shield wall like waves against a breakwater. The Greeks had essentially turned warfare into a factory assembly line, except instead of manufacturing products, they were manufacturing dead Persians with ruthless efficiency. But then, because every great story needs a plot twist, a local Greek named Ephialtes decided to play Benedict Arnold. He showed the Persians a goat path that went around the mountains, bypassing the entire defensive position. Suddenly, the impregnable bottleneck became a death trap. Leonidas, realizing they were about to be surrounded, made the tactical decision to send most of the Allied forces away to fight another day, while he and his core units stayed to buy time for the retreat. This is where the 300 Spartans, along with the Thespians and some Thebans, made their final stand. It wasn't suicidal heroism for its own sake. It was a calculated sacrifice to allow the rest of the Greek forces to escape and regroup. It was strategic martyrdom, the ancient equivalent of a rearguard action, except everyone knew from the start that it was a one-way mission. The aftermath was exactly what you'd expect when a few hundred guys face off against an entire empire. Everyone died, heroically, and probably quite messily. The Persians continued south, captured Athens, and burned the Acropolis. So in terms of immediate tactical results, Thermopylae was a complete defeat. The good guys lost, the bad guys won, and ancient Greece seemed doomed. But sometimes losing a battle creates something more powerful than winning it. Thermopylae became the ultimate symbol of resistance against impossible odds. It was a story that said ordinary people could stand up to tyranny, that freedom was worth dying for, and that sometimes the most important victory is simply refusing to surrender. The Greeks used this narrative to rally for the later battles that actually did drive the Persians out. The story also did wonders for Sparta's brand. It cemented their reputation as the ultimate warriors, the guys who would rather die than retreat. For the next several centuries, just mentioning that you were Spartan was like having the ancient world's most intimidating business card. It elevated them from pretty good soldiers to mythical war machines, and that reputation lasted long after their actual military power declined. What's fascinating is how this story has endured and evolved. Every generation seems to rediscover Thermopylae and adapt it to their own values and anxieties. Sometimes it's about democracy versus authoritarianism. Sometimes it's about Western civilization versus Eastern despotism. Sometimes it's just about having really good abs and shouting inspirational dialogue while stabbing people. The historical reality is that Thermopylae was a multinational Greek effort, a strategic delaying action, and ultimately a military defeat that became a propaganda victory. The 300 Spartans were part of a larger force, following religious and political constraints, making a calculated sacrifice as part of a broader strategic plan. It was heroic, certainly, but it was also pragmatic, complex, and very human. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let that image of the narrow pass linger in your mind. Not just the Hollywood version with perfect warriors and stirring speeches, but the messier historical reality. Thousands of scared Greek farmers and soldiers following their leaders into an impossible situation, buying time with their lives for a civilization they'd never lived to see saved. It's a reminder that real heroism is often less glamorous than the legends suggest, but perhaps more meaningful because of it. Right, so there you are, hopefully still comfortable and cozy, maybe wondering how a society that spent so much time stabbing people actually managed to govern itself. We've covered their charming child-rearing practices, their innovative approaches to workforce management, and their impressive talent for turning military defeats into legendary victories. Now let's talk about the political machinery that kept this whole bizarre operation running: the Spartan government. Most ancient Greek city-states kept things simple when it came to politics. You had your kings, your rich oligarchs, or your early experiments with democracy. But Sparta looked at all those options and said, you know what? Let's do all of them at once and see what happens. The result was what political theorists call a mixed constitution, which is a fancy way of saying they couldn't decide what kind of government they wanted, so they just mashed everything together like a political potluck dinner. Even Aristotle, who had opinions about everything, looked at Sparta's system and basically said, well, that's creative. He described it as having elements of monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy all rolled into one. It was like a governmental Swiss Army knife, unnecessarily complicated but somehow functional. At the very top of this political pyramid, you had not one, but two kings. Because apparently, when it comes to absolute power, Sparta believed in the buddy system. These dual monarchs came from two separate royal families, the Agiads and the Eurypontids, who had been playing an extremely long game of royal rivalry for centuries. It was like having two different royal families sharing the same palace, except they were constantly watching each other for signs of treachery or incompetence. This wasn't some heartwarming example of power sharing or ancient teamwork. It was a deliberately designed system of mutual paranoia. If one king started getting ideas above his station, the other king was right there to say, "Hold on there, buddy, I don't think so." And if they ever actually agreed on something, everyone else knew to be very, very worried, because that usually meant they were plotting something together. These kings weren't just ceremonial figureheads either. They were the military commanders who led Spartan armies into battle, and they served as the chief priests who performed all the important religious ceremonies for the state. They had real power and real responsibilities. But here's the kicker: they got to skip the agoge. While every other Spartiate boy was getting beaten up and learning to steal food, the royal princes were getting private tutoring and probably much better meals. Must be nice to have good genetics and better connections. But the real power players in Sparta were the ephors. Think of them as the ultimate middle management. 5 guys elected annually from the general Spartiate population who basically ran everything. Their term was exactly 1 year, and they couldn't be immediately re-elected. It was like a rotating leadership position, designed to prevent anyone from getting too comfortable in the big chair. The ephors were essentially the Spartan equivalent of a corporate board of directors, except with the power to arrest royalty. They supervised the kings, which must have made for some awkward performance reviews. So, Leonidas, great job at Thermopylae. Really inspiring leadership, but we're going to need to talk about your tendency to get everyone killed. If a king screwed up badly enough, the ephors could arrest him, put him on trial, and send him into exile. Imagine being able to fire your CEO and kick him out of the country. That was ephor-level authority. They also handled foreign policy, presided over the assembly, and sent representatives to babysit the kings during military campaigns. 2 ephors would always accompany a king on campaign, ostensibly as advisors, but really as governmental minders, making sure the king didn't do anything too spectacularly stupid while representing the state abroad. Then you had the Gerousia, the Council of Elders, which was basically Sparta's version of the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court was made up exclusively of very old, very grumpy men who served for life. This council consisted of 28 men, all over 60, plus the 2 kings. They were elected for life by popular acclamation, which meant whoever got the loudest cheers from the crowd got the job. It was like American Idol, except the prize was a lifetime appointment to help run a military state. The Gerousia prepared legislation for the assembly, acted as the Supreme Court for major criminal cases, and generally served as the institutional memory of Spartan law and tradition. These were the guys who made sure that any new ideas were properly vetted against centuries of "this is how we've always done things." They were the ultimate guardians of conservative tradition, ensuring that Sparta never changed too quickly or too dramatically. Finally, you had the Apella, the assembly of all Spartiate citizens over 30. This was supposed to be the democratic element of the system, where ordinary citizens got to have their say. In theory, it was direct democracy in action. In practice, it was more like a very controlled focus group, where the participants could only respond with yes or no, and weren't allowed to ask questions. The assembly could vote on legislation prepared by the Gerousia and the ephors. They could declare war, elect officials, and make major policy decisions. But they couldn't propose their own laws. They couldn't debate the issues, and they basically just voted by shouting. It was democracy with very strict rules about who could talk when. If you wanted to actually change something, you had to convince the old guys in the Gerousia and the middle management ephors first. The assembly was basically there to rubber stamp decisions that had already been made by people with real authority. This whole elaborate system was designed with one primary goal: preventing anyone from accumulating enough power to upset the delicate balance that kept Spartan society functioning. The dual kingship prevented monarchical tyranny. The annually rotating ephors prevented oligarchic entrenchment. The lifetime appointed Gerousia provided institutional continuity, and the tightly controlled assembly gave ordinary citizens just enough participation to feel involved without actually letting them change anything important. It was a government designed for stability above all else. Every institution was set up to check every other institution, creating a system that could resist internal coups, external pressure, and popular uprisings. It was built to maintain the status quo, which in Sparta's case meant maintaining their unique military society and their iron grip on the Helot population. The whole thing worked like a very complex piece of clockwork, with every gear designed to mesh perfectly with every other gear to keep the machine running smoothly. It was perhaps the most sophisticated system of checks and balances in the ancient world, created by a society that was absolutely paranoid about losing control of anything. So as you settle deeper into your warm bed tonight, consider this intricate political machine that managed to keep a deeply unstable society functioning for centuries. A system where 2 kings watched each other, 5 elected officials watched the kings, 28 old men watched everyone, and thousands of citizens watched from the sidelines, occasionally allowed to shout their approval. It's a testament to human ingenuity in the face of existential anxiety. When you're sitting on top of a powder keg, you get very creative about building safety mechanisms. So, there you are, maybe wondering if there were any career alternatives in ancient Sparta besides professional warrior or agricultural slave. We've spent quite a bit of time exploring the less Instagram-worthy aspects of Spartan life: the baby quality control, the childhood trauma program, the state-sponsored death squads. But here's what's absolutely fascinating. Despite building their entire society on what most of us would consider deeply disturbing practices, Sparta somehow managed to create and maintain the most successful brand in ancient history. And that brand is still going strong today. How exactly do you turn a society built on systematic oppression into the ancient world's coolest lifestyle brand? Well, Sparta was basically running a 2,500-year-long marketing campaign before anyone even knew what marketing was. They understood something that modern corporations spend billions trying to figure out. If you can control the narrative, you can control how people see you. Their whole identity was built on origin stories that would make Marvel jealous. They traced their lineage directly back to Heracles, not just any hero, but the ultimate strongman of Greek mythology. This wasn't just some fun family tree. It was a carefully crafted piece of propaganda that gave their entire way of life divine approval. Essentially, their pitch was, we're tough because our great-great-great-grandfather was literally a demigod, and the gods themselves think our brutal lifestyle is awesome. It's like having the ultimate letter of recommendation from the universe itself. This mythological branding extended to absolutely everything they did. Their famously brief way of speaking, what we call laconic, after their region of Laconia, wasn't just a quirky cultural trait. It was part of their carefully constructed image as people who were too cool for unnecessary words. While other Greeks were giving flowery speeches and debating philosophy for hours, Spartans would show up, deliver a devastating one-liner, and leave. It was like being the strong, silent type on a national scale. They turned their unique customs into marketing gold, their weird communal lifestyle, their obsessive physical training, their distinctive red cloaks. All of it became part of a brand that said, "We're different, we're tougher, and we're better than everyone else." While Athenians were building beautiful temples and creating art, Spartans were quietly building their reputation as the people you definitely didn't want to mess with. It was brilliant positioning in a competitive marketplace of city-states. This reputation wasn't accidental. They cultivated it both internally, through that relentless childhood programming we discussed, and externally, by very carefully controlling what information got out about their society. They were selective about what they shared with the outside world, making sure that the stories that spread were the ones that enhanced their fearsome reputation. When other Greeks told stories about Sparta, it was usually about their incredible discipline, their legendary courage, or their willingness to die rather than retreat. Stories like Thermopylae became part of their marketing strategy. These tales got amplified and spread throughout the Greek world, cementing Sparta's image as the ultimate warriors. They understood that perception was reality, and they worked hard to make sure everyone's perception of them was exactly what they wanted it to be. Fast forward to today, and their brand management has been so successful that it's essentially taken on a life of its own. Think about modern Spartan imagery. The movies with impossibly buff actors, the Spartan race obstacle courses, the gym equipment with Spartan branding, the motivational posters featuring red cloaks and bronze shields. We've turned ancient Sparta into shorthand for everything we think we want to be. Tough, disciplined, uncompromising, stripped down to pure, masculine essence. Modern culture has romanticized Sparta to a degree that would probably make ancient Spartans themselves a little uncomfortable. We've turned them into the ultimate life coaches, the embodiment of no excuses mentality. They represent everything we think is missing from our supposedly soft, comfortable modern lives. It's become a symbol of getting back to basics, of cutting through the noise and focusing on what really matters. But as we've discovered on this journey through actual Spartan history, that modern romanticized version is about as historically accurate as a superhero movie. The 300 weren't just a brotherhood of freedom fighters. They were representatives of a state that practiced eugenics, infanticide, and maintained power through systematic terror. Their famous equality was reserved for a tiny elite who maintained their lifestyle by brutally oppressing everyone else. Their freedom was built on the backs of people who had no freedom at all. So why do these myths persist? Why do we keep buying into stories that are so far removed from historical reality? Part of it is simply the power of a really good story. The idea of a small group of heroes standing against impossible odds taps into something fundamental in human psychology. We want to believe that courage and determination can overcome any obstacle, and the Spartan myth provides a perfect example of that ideal. But there's also something deeper going on. In our complex, chaotic modern world, the Spartan ideal offers a seductive simplicity, clear rules, defined roles, absolute discipline. It's the antithesis of modern uncertainty and moral complexity. It suggests that if we just get tough enough, strip away all the unnecessary complications, and focus on pure strength and discipline, we can solve any problem. It's an appealing fantasy, even if it's completely divorced from reality. The Spartan myth also allows us to engage in some very selective nostalgia. We can admire the parts we like, the physical fitness, the mental toughness, the unwavering commitment, while conveniently ignoring the parts that make us uncomfortable. We can fantasize about the warrior lifestyle without having to think too hard about the systematic oppression that made it possible. It's like wanting to live in a medieval castle without thinking about the lack of plumbing. This selective memory isn't unique to Sparta, of course. We do it with lots of historical periods and figures. We remember the knights without the feudalism, the cowboys without the genocide, the founding fathers without the slavery. We're very good at extracting the inspiring parts of history while leaving behind the messy, uncomfortable realities. The enduring appeal of the Spartan myth says as much about us as it does about ancient Sparta. It reveals our anxieties about modern life, our desire for simple solutions to complex problems, and our tendency to project our own values onto the past. We've created a version of Sparta that serves our psychological needs, even if it bears little resemblance to the historical reality. But perhaps most importantly, the persistence of these myths shows us how powerful storytelling can be. The Spartans understood that controlling the narrative was just as important as controlling territory. They created stories about themselves that were so compelling, so perfectly crafted for maximum impact, that they're still influencing how we see the world thousands of years later. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let that thought settle into your mind. History isn't just what happened. It's also the stories we tell about what happened, and why those stories continue to captivate us, even when they're covering up much darker, much more complicated truths. The real lesson of Sparta might not be about discipline or courage at all, but about the incredible, enduring power of really effective propaganda. So here we are, dear listener, hopefully still comfortable and relaxed after learning how Sparta managed to create history's most successful military lifestyle brand. But what was it actually like to live there day to day? What did you smell when you woke up? What was it like to exist in the psychological pressure cooker that was ancient Sparta? If you were a Spartiate male, your daily existence was basically like being in the world's most hardcore wellness retreat, except it lasted your entire life, and you could never leave. Personal luxury wasn't just discouraged, it was essentially a criminal offense. Your morning routine involved physical training that would make modern CrossFit enthusiasts weep. Your afternoons were filled with military drills and combat practice. And your evenings? Well, you got to sit in your assigned mess hall eating that famously terrible black broth with the same 15 guys you'd been eating with for years. The equality among Spartiates wasn't some beautiful philosophical ideal. It was enforced uniformity. Nobody could have nicer clothes, fancier food, or better living conditions than anyone else. It was like living in a communist state designed by personal trainers. Your life was deliberately stripped of personal choice, individual expression, and material comfort. The goal was to replace your human desires with absolute loyalty to the group. It was like being in a very serious, very permanent military academy, where graduation meant death. But the physical austerity was nothing compared to the psychological atmosphere. You lived under constant surveillance that would make modern social media look like privacy paradise, not just from government officials, but from every single person around you. Every Spartiate was expected to monitor every other Spartiate for signs of weakness, deviation, or insufficient enthusiasm for the state program. If you showed any hint of individuality, questioned any aspect of the system, or failed to meet the impossibly high standards, you wouldn't just face official punishment. You'd face social ostracism so complete it would make modern cancel culture look like a friendly disagreement. It was a society where peer pressure had been weaponized into a system of social control. Conformity wasn't just encouraged. It was the only way to survive psychologically. Picture living in a place where every word you spoke, every expression on your face, every reaction you had was being constantly evaluated by people who had the power to destroy your life. Your role was defined from birth. Your future was predetermined. And your individual desires were not just irrelevant, they were actively dangerous to your survival. This environment created incredible social cohesion and military effectiveness, but it also meant that genuine independent thought was essentially extinct. You were constantly performing, constantly proving that you deserved to be part of the group. There was no privacy, no downtime, no space for personal reflection or growth. You lived in a state of perpetual anxiety about meeting expectations, while simultaneously being trained to suppress any awareness of that anxiety. It was psychological conditioning on an industrial scale. Now, the women present one of history's most interesting paradoxes. In most other Greek city-states, women were basically treated like valuable furniture, important for the household, but not really expected to have opinions or public lives. Spartan women, however, had what looked like significantly more freedom and status. They engaged in physical training and sports, often in public. They could own and manage property. They had economic power that would have been unthinkable for women in Athens. But before you start thinking ancient Sparta was some kind of feminist paradise, let's dig a little deeper. Their physical training wasn't about personal empowerment or athletic achievement. It was about producing healthier babies who could grow up to be better soldiers. Their economic freedom existed mainly because their husbands were always off playing warrior, leaving the women to manage the estates and supervise the Helots. Their elevated status was entirely tied to their reproductive and managerial utility to the military machine. So yes, Spartan women had more freedoms than other Greek women, but those freedoms came with a very specific price tag. They were valued for their ability to produce and support warriors, not for their humanity or individual worth. It was like being given executive privileges in a company where your only job was to make sure the next generation of employees was properly bred and trained. Progressive for its time, perhaps, but still fundamentally dehumanizing. The women also participated in the culture of surveillance and control. They were expected to publicly shame men who showed cowardice or failed to meet military standards. They were part of the social enforcement mechanism that kept everyone in line. So while they had more apparent power than women elsewhere, they were also complicit in maintaining a system that reduced everyone, including themselves, to their functional utility to the state. Ultimately, Spartan society was a masterclass in totalitarian control disguised as military excellence. Every aspect of life, from birth to death, was designed to serve the state's military objectives and maintain dominance over the Helot population. It was a society built on fear, the Spartiates' terror of being overwhelmed by their enslaved workforce, and the Helots' terror of their masters' violence. This fear shaped everything. It determined social policies, cultural practices, daily routines, and personal relationships. Everyone lived with the constant awareness that they were sitting on a powder keg that could explode at any moment. The Spartiates had created a system so efficient at military production that it had essentially trapped them in a prison of their own making. The psychological cost was enormous, not just for the obviously oppressed Helots, but for the supposedly privileged Spartiates as well. They had created a society where individual happiness, personal growth, creative expression, and emotional authenticity were not just discouraged, but actively dangerous. They had achieved military supremacy by systematically destroying almost everything that makes life worth living. It was a culture that produced incredible soldiers, but stunted human beings. A system that created social stability through the complete suppression of individual agency. A society that achieved its goals by turning its citizens into highly effective, utterly miserable components in a military machine. As you settle deeper into your comfortable bed tonight, let these realities wash over you. The constant surveillance, the enforced conformity, the weaponized peer pressure, the reduction of human worth to military utility. It's a reminder of how creative humans can be when designing systems of control, and how easily the pursuit of a single goal, even an admirable one like military excellence, can create a society that destroys the very humanity it claims to protect. You may be wondering if there were any career alternatives in ancient Sparta besides professional warrior or agricultural slave. We've spent quite a bit of time exploring the less Instagram-worthy aspects of Spartan life. The baby quality control, the childhood trauma program, the state-sponsored death squads. But here's what's absolutely fascinating. Despite building their entire society on what most of us would consider deeply disturbing practices, Sparta somehow managed to create and maintain the most successful brand in ancient history. And that brand is still going strong today. How exactly do you turn a society built on systematic oppression into the ancient world's coolest lifestyle brand? Well, Sparta was basically running a 2,500-year-long marketing campaign before anyone even knew what marketing was. They understood something that modern corporations spend billions trying to figure out. If you can control the narrative, you can control how people see you. Their whole identity was built on origin stories that would make Marvel jealous. They traced their lineage directly back to Heracles, not just any hero, but the ultimate strongman of Greek mythology. This wasn't just some fun family tree. It was a carefully crafted piece of propaganda that gave their entire way of life divine approval. Essentially, their pitch was, we're tough because our great-great-great-grandfather was literally a demigod, and the gods themselves think our brutal lifestyle is awesome. It's like having the ultimate letter of recommendation from the universe itself. This mythological branding extended to absolutely everything they did. Their famously brief way of speaking, what we call laconic, after their region of Laconia, wasn't just a quirky cultural trait. It was part of their carefully constructed image as people who were too cool for unnecessary words. While other Greeks were giving flowery speeches and debating philosophy for hours, Spartans would show up, deliver a devastating one-liner, and leave. It was like being the strong, silent type on a national scale. They turned their unique customs into marketing gold, their weird communal lifestyle, their obsessive physical training, their distinctive red cloaks, all of it became part of a brand that said, we're different, we're tougher, and we're better than everyone else. While Athenians were building beautiful temples and creating art, Spartans were quietly building their reputation as the people you definitely didn't want to mess with. It was brilliant positioning in a competitive marketplace of city-states. This reputation wasn't accidental. They cultivated it both internally, through that relentless childhood programming we discussed, and externally, by very carefully controlling what information got out about their society. They were selective about what they shared with the outside world, making sure that the stories that spread were the ones that enhanced their fearsome reputation. When other Greeks told stories about Sparta, it was usually about their incredible discipline, their legendary courage, or their willingness to die rather than retreat. Stories like Thermopylae became part of their marketing strategy. These tales got amplified and spread throughout the Greek world, cementing Sparta's image as the ultimate warriors. They understood that perception was reality, and they worked hard to make sure everyone's perception of them was exactly what they wanted it to be. Fast forward to today, and their brand management has been so successful that it's essentially taken on a life of its own. Think about modern Spartan imagery. The movies with impossibly buff actors, the Spartan race obstacle courses, the gym equipment with Spartan branding, the motivational posters featuring red cloaks and bronze shields. We've turned ancient Sparta into shorthand for everything we think we want to be. Tough, disciplined, uncompromising, stripped down to pure masculine essence. Modern culture has romanticized Sparta to a degree that would probably make ancient Spartans themselves a little uncomfortable. We've turned them into the ultimate life coaches, the embodiment of no excuses mentality. They represent everything we think is missing from our supposedly soft, comfortable modern lives. It's become a symbol of getting back to basics, of cutting through the noise and focusing on what really matters. But as we've discovered on this journey through actual Spartan history, that modern romanticized version is about as historically accurate as a superhero movie. The 300 weren't just a brotherhood of freedom fighters. They were representatives of a state that practiced eugenics, infanticide, and maintained power through systematic terror. Their famous equality was reserved for a tiny elite who maintained their lifestyle by brutally oppressing everyone else. Their freedom was built on the backs of people who had no freedom at all. So why do these myths persist? Why do we keep buying into stories that are so far removed from historical reality? Part of it is simply the power of a really good story. The idea of a small group of heroes standing against impossible odds taps into something fundamental in human psychology. We want to believe that courage and determination can overcome any obstacle, and the Spartan myth provides a perfect example of that ideal. But there's also something deeper going on. In our complex, chaotic modern world, the Spartan ideal offers a seductive simplicity. Clear rules, defined roles, absolute discipline. It's the antithesis of modern uncertainty and moral complexity. It suggests that if we just get tough enough, strip away all the unnecessary complications, and focus on pure strength and discipline, we can solve any problem. It's an appealing fantasy, even if it's completely divorced from reality. The Spartan myth also allows us to engage in some very selective nostalgia. We can admire the parts we like, the physical fitness, the mental toughness, the unwavering commitment, while conveniently ignoring the parts that make us uncomfortable. We can fantasize about the warrior lifestyle without having to think too hard about the systematic oppression that made it possible. It's like wanting to live in a medieval castle without thinking about the lack of plumbing. This selective memory isn't unique to Sparta, of course. We do it with lots of historical periods and figures. We remember the knights without the feudalism, the cowboys without the genocide, the founding fathers without the slavery. We're very good at extracting the inspiring parts of history while leaving behind the messy, uncomfortable realities. The enduring appeal of the Spartan myth says as much about us as it does about ancient Sparta. It reveals our anxieties about modern life, our desire for simple solutions to complex problems, and our tendency to project our own values onto the past. We've created a version of Sparta that serves our psychological needs, even if it bears little resemblance to the historical reality. But perhaps most importantly, the persistence of these myths shows us how powerful storytelling can be. The Spartans understood that controlling the narrative was just as important as controlling territory. They created stories about themselves that were so compelling, so perfectly crafted for maximum impact, that they're still influencing how we see the world thousands of years later. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let that thought settle into your mind. History isn't just what happened. It's also the stories we tell about what happened, and why those stories continue to captivate us even when they're covering up much darker, much more complicated truths. The real lesson of Sparta might not be about discipline or courage at all, but about the incredible, enduring power of really effective propaganda. So there you are, hopefully nice and comfortable, maybe still processing the strange paradoxes of Spartan women, how they could be both more free and more constrained than women anywhere else in Greece. It really shows you how even in a society obsessed with control, there were always weird exceptions and unexpected loopholes, usually for very calculated reasons. Now let's shift gears and talk about something equally bizarre, Sparta's approach to economics. Or maybe I should call it their approach to anti-economics. If you thought Sparta was weird about raising children and managing gender roles, just wait until you hear about their relationship with money. While other Greek city-states were busy building trade networks, accumulating wealth, and developing sophisticated markets, basically doing all the things we associate with successful civilizations, Sparta was over there deliberately trying to stay economically backward. It's like they looked at prosperity and said, "No thanks, we're good." Their reasoning was actually pretty logical. if you accept their basic premise. They believed that wealth, trade, and comfort were basically kryptonite to the warrior spirit. In their minds, if you got too comfortable, too rich, or too focused on making money, you'd get soft. And soft warriors were dead warriors. So instead of trying to get rich, they decided to make getting rich literally impossible. First up, they banned their full citizens from engaging in any kind of commerce or trade. That wasn't just discouraged, it was completely forbidden. If you were a Spartiate, your job was fighting, and that was it. No side hustles, no entrepreneurial ventures, no thinking about quarterly profits. The idea of a Spartan warrior haggling over the price of olive oil was apparently so horrifying to them that they made it illegal. It was like having a law that said professional athletes couldn't also be accountants. But the really genius part was their approach to currency. While everyone else was using convenient gold and silver coins, Sparta deliberately chose to use heavy, cumbersome iron bars as money. Picture trying to buy groceries with a gym weight. These things were so inconvenient to transport and so universally unwanted outside of Sparta that they basically made foreign trade impossible and large-scale wealth accumulation a physical impossibility. This wasn't because they were technologically behind or couldn't figure out how to make proper coins. This was intentional economic sabotage of their own system. They created a currency that was essentially anti-money, so heavy and awkward that you couldn't realistically accumulate much of it, and so worthless outside Sparta that you couldn't use it to buy anything fancy from other places. It was like designing a credit card that only worked at one store and weighed 50 pounds. They also banned what they called mechanized arts, which basically meant anything that wasn't strictly functional. No fancy pottery, no elaborate jewelry, no decorative metalwork, nothing that might make life more beautiful or pleasant. If you wanted something that actually worked, fine. If you wanted something that looked nice, you were clearly getting too comfortable and needed to remember that you were supposed to be a warrior, not an interior decorator. The goal was to eliminate any temptation toward materialism among the Spartiate class. They wanted to create a society where luxury was literally unavailable, so nobody could get distracted by wanting nice things. It was like creating a world where the only car available was a military jeep, functional, but definitely not going to make you forget about your day job. This austerity wasn't just a side effect of their military focus, it was a core principle. They had this theory that wealth inevitably led to corruption, political factionalism, and a general softening of character. If people could buy their way out of hardship, they wouldn't develop the toughness that made good soldiers. If they could accumulate personal fortunes, they'd start caring more about protecting their wealth than serving the state. So from their perspective, wealth disparity wasn't just bad economics, it was a direct threat to national security. To make sure nobody got too fancy, they had strict sumptuary laws that regulated everything from clothing to food to personal possessions. These weren't suggestions or social norms. They were legally enforced regulations about how you could live. Everyone was required to dress simply, eat communally, and own basically the same stuff as everyone else. It was like having a government agency dedicated to making sure nobody's lifestyle got too aspirational. The idea was that if everyone looked the same and lived the same way, it would be much harder for jealousy, envy, or class consciousness to develop. No one could feel superior because they had better clothes, and no one could feel inferior because they couldn't afford the latest fashions. It was enforced equality through enforced poverty, at least by the standards of other Greek city-states. Even marriage and dowries were regulated by the state. While dowries did exist, they typically involved land rather than luxury goods, which tied wealth directly to the means of production that the state controlled. These regulations were designed to prevent the concentration of wealth in individual families and ensure that marriages served the state's interest in producing loyal citizens, rather than just being a way for rich families to get richer. This systematic economic control was absolutely central to maintaining what they called the Spartan warrior ethic. By removing all incentives for acquiring wealth, luxury, or even basic comfort, they ensured that the Spartiate class stayed completely focused on military training and state service. It was like creating a society where the only path to success was through the military, because they deliberately eliminated every other possible path. The economic austerity also helped maintain their social cohesion in a really clever way. By making everyone equally poor from a material standpoint, they reinforced the idea that individual achievement didn't matter, only collective success mattered. Everyone was dependent on the state for their basic needs, which were provided through Helot labor, so everyone had the same incentive to maintain the system that kept the Helots working and the warriors fed. It was essentially a trade-off. They gave up economic growth, individual prosperity, and material comfort in exchange for military supremacy and social unity. And for several centuries, they seemed to think that was a pretty good deal. They created a society that was essentially immune to the kinds of economic inequality and political corruption that plagued other city-states, but only by making sure that nobody could get rich enough to be corrupted in the first place. The system worked by making virtue a necessity rather than a choice. You couldn't be materialistic because there were no luxury goods to buy. You couldn't be selfish because individual wealth accumulation was impossible. You couldn't develop class consciousness because everyone was in the same economic class. It was social engineering through economic restriction, and it was remarkably effective at achieving their goals. As you settle deeper into your comfortable bed tonight, maybe think about a society that deliberately chose poverty over prosperity, austerity over abundance. A place where the highest aspiration wasn't to get rich, but to stay poor in service of the collective good. It's a reminder that our modern assumptions about what makes a society successful aren't universal, and that sometimes strength can come from the most counterintuitive choices. All right, hopefully you're all comfortable and relaxed, maybe still wrapping your head around how Sparta deliberately chose poverty as their economic strategy. It's like voluntarily choosing to live in a studio apartment so you can afford a really nice car. But now, let's talk about when those red-cloaked warriors actually went to war. Here's something the movies don't tell you. Those famous Spartan armies. They weren't actually all Spartans. I know. It ruins the whole aesthetic. When you picture a Spartan military campaign, you probably imagine nothing but pure-blooded Spartiates marching in perfect formation, red cloaks billowing dramatically in the wind. But the reality was more like a very hierarchical group project, where not everyone got equal credit, even though everyone did the work. When a Spartan army marched out to conquer somebody, it was basically a three-tier operation. You had your Spartiates at the top, the full citizens, the guys who got all the glory in the movie deals. But fighting alongside them were the perioeci, those free non-citizens we talked about earlier. Remember them? The ones who handled all the actual economic activity while the Spartans were busy being professional warriors. Well, the perioeci also had to serve in the military. They equipped themselves, trained themselves, and fought as hoplites right alongside the Spartiates in that famous phalanx formation. They brought their own armor, their own weapons, and their own courage to the battlefield. But did they get equal recognition? Of course not. They were like the session musicians in a famous band, absolutely essential to the sound, but nobody remembers their names. And then there were the Helots. Yes, even the state-owned agricultural workers got drafted into Spartan military campaigns. This wasn't because the Spartans suddenly developed a sense of inclusion. It was pure pragmatism. The Spartiate population was always relatively small, especially considering how often they were off fighting wars. You simply can't field a decent-sized army when your entire military class consists of maybe 8,000 or 9,000 guys, especially when some of them are always getting killed in previous wars. So the Helots got armed and deployed, usually as light infantry, slingers, or javelin throwers. They were the ancient equivalent of support staff, absolutely necessary for the operation to function, but kept carefully away from positions where they might get ideas above their station. It was like giving your employees access to the company software, but not the admin passwords. The tactical deployment was actually quite clever, if you think about it, from a paranoid military planner's perspective. The Periwisi, fighting as heavily armed hoplites, would either be integrated into the main phalanx or operate as separate but coordinated units. They provided the bulk that any ancient army needed. You can't win battles with just a few hundred guys, no matter how well trained they are. The Helots, meanwhile, were deployed in roles that maximized their utility while minimizing their potential threat. They'd scout ahead, harass enemy flanks, or act as support troops carrying supplies and maintaining equipment. Their lighter armor and equipment made them more mobile than the heavily armed hoplites, so they could handle all the running around that ancient warfare required. It was strategic delegation. Give them enough responsibility to be useful, but not enough power to be dangerous. Occasionally, in desperate circumstances, some Helots were even allowed to fight as full hoplites. This usually happened during major manpower crises, after a devastating earthquake, a particularly bloody war, or some other catastrophe that had significantly depleted the Spartiate ranks. When facing an existential threat, even the famously paranoid Spartans would promise freedom to Helots in exchange for military service. These freed Helots were called neodamodes, literally new citizens, though that title was a bit misleading. They got a form of limited freedom, but they were still viewed with suspicion by the full Spartiates. It was like being promoted from intern to junior associate. Technically better, but you're still not invited to the executive meetings. Still, the very existence of this system showed that Sparta could, when desperate enough, tap into a much larger manpower pool than their small citizen class would suggest. But here's where things get really interesting from a strategic planning perspective. How do you wage war abroad when you're constantly worried about a revolution at home? It's like trying to focus on a business presentation when you know your house might be getting burglarized while you're gone. The need to keep the Helots under control imposed serious constraints on Spartan military policy. They could rarely commit their full forces to external campaigns for extended periods, because they always needed to keep a substantial number of Spartiates at home to maintain internal security. It was like having to leave half your security team at headquarters while the other half went on assignment. This Helot factor often dictated not just how many troops they could deploy, but how long their campaigns could last and how far from home they could operate. It forced them to adopt a typically decisive approach to warfare. Get in, win quickly, and get back home before the agricultural workforce decided to stage a coup. You couldn't afford to get bogged down in lengthy sieges when your entire domestic security model depended on keeping your enslaved population properly intimidated. The irony was almost comical if you think about it. Here you had this famously militaristic society that couldn't actually deploy its full military potential because it was too busy oppressing its own people. It was like being the strongest person in your neighborhood, but never being able to leave your house because you were too worried about your houseplants staging a rebellion. This created some fascinating tactical constraints. You couldn't arm your Helots too heavily or train them too thoroughly, because that would make them more dangerous if they decided to revolt. But you also couldn't win wars without their numerical support. So you had to find that sweet spot where they were useful enough to contribute to victory, but not empowered enough to threaten the system. You also couldn't keep them away from home for too long, because extended military service might give them ideas about freedom. Or worse, allow them to form bonds with Helots from other regions who might share revolutionary thoughts. It was like managing a team of employees who you needed for a crucial project, but who you also suspected might be planning to steal your company's secrets. So while the popular image of Spartan military might focus entirely on those legendary warriors in their red cloaks, the reality was much more complex. Spartan military success depended on a carefully orchestrated combination of Spartiate discipline, Perioeci loyalty, and Helot labor, all held together by a constant undercurrent of mistrust and control. Their victories weren't just the result of superior training and equipment. They were the product of a complex social system that managed to extract military service from every level of society while maintaining strict hierarchical control. It was like running a successful business where the executives, middle management, and factory workers all contributed to the final product, but only the executives got stock options and everyone else worked under the constant threat of being fired, or worse. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe think about that fundamental contradiction at the heart of Spartan power. A society built on oppressing an enslaved population that couldn't go to war without that same population's reluctant assistance. It's a reminder that even the most seemingly monolithic military powers are often more fragile and dependent than they appear, and that internal contradictions can shape a nation's capabilities as much as external threats. So there you are, hopefully all cozy and comfortable, maybe still processing how Sparta managed to turn poetry and religious festivals into tools of military indoctrination. We've taken quite a journey together through the ancient world's most successful brand of toxic masculinity. We've explored their baby quality control programs, their innovative approaches to childhood trauma, their deliberate economic self-sabotage, and even the strange paradox of women who were simultaneously more free and more constrained than anywhere else in Greece. We've peeked behind Hollywood's version of Thermopylae and found a much more complicated story. So what's the real takeaway from all this? What have we actually learned about Sparta after stripping away all the red cloaks and dramatic speeches? The brutal reality beneath the Spartan mirage is this. Everything we admire about them, their legendary discipline, their unwavering courage, their military excellence, was built on a foundation that would make modern dictatorships blush. Their strength wasn't born from some inherent virtue or noble character. It was forged in a crucible of systematic oppression, state-sanctioned violence, and the constant terror of internal collapse. Think about it this way. Sparta was like a very exclusive gym where the membership fee was your entire humanity. The workout routine involved beating up children, and the primary goal was making sure the staff never organized a union. Their cohesion wasn't the result of shared values or mutual respect. It was the product of enforced conformity backed by the threat of violence. The Spartan system was remarkably effective at producing an elite military force, but it also created a society that was fundamentally unfree for everyone involved, including the supposed beneficiaries. Even the privileged Spartiates lived their entire lives according to state dictates. Personal choice, individual expression, emotional intimacy, creative pursuits. All of these were either secondary concerns or actively discouraged in favor of collective military efficiency. The Spartiates were essentially prisoners in a golden cage, albeit one with excellent fitness facilities and really nice armor. They were the ultimate enforcers of their world, but they were also completely enslaved to their own rigid system and constant paranoia. It's like being the CEO of a company that you can never quit, where your job description is "be tough," and your performance review involves actual combat. This reality seriously challenges our romanticized views of freedom and heroism, doesn't it? We love stories about courage and self-sacrifice, but we often forget to ask what those virtues are actually serving. The Spartan ideal, as it's presented in popular culture, is all about ultimate freedom, the freedom to defend your way of life against tyranny. But their way of life was built on the systematic exploitation and terrorization of others. It was freedom for a tiny minority purchased through the complete subjugation of everyone else. It forces us to ask some uncomfortable questions. At what cost does heroism come? Can a society truly be considered free if its foundation rests on enslaving most of its population? Is courage really a virtue if it's being used to maintain a system of oppression? These aren't just ancient philosophical puzzles. They're questions that remain relevant today. The themes we've explored in Sparta, control, violence, sacrifice, propaganda, and the manipulation of truth, aren't just historical curiosities that we can safely file away under weird things ancient people did. They resonate with fundamental human concerns about power and ethics that we're still grappling with today. How much control is too much? When does the pursuit of collective strength justify individual suffering? What are the real costs of maintaining power through fear and intimidation? Sparta serves as a perfect case study, a stark warning about what can happen when a single goal, no matter how seemingly noble, becomes the sole organizing principle of an entire society. It shows us how quickly strength and discipline can become euphemisms for oppression and terror, and how easy it is to convince people that their suffering is actually virtue. So why do we remain so fascinated by Sparta? Why do the myths persist even when we know the darker truths? Why do people still buy Spartan warrior workout programs and motivational posters featuring Leonidas quotes? Perhaps it's because the Spartan story, even in its grim reality, speaks to something profoundly human. It taps into our deepest anxieties about order versus chaos, strength versus weakness, security versus freedom. In our own messy, complicated, often overwhelming world, there's something seductive about the Spartan promise of simple, clear purpose. No moral ambiguity, no difficult choices, no complex ethical dilemmas, just strength, discipline, and absolute certainty about who you are and what you're supposed to do. It's the ultimate fantasy of having all your decisions made for you by people who know better. But that's exactly why the enduring fascination with Sparta should make us nervous rather than inspired. It represents our ongoing temptation to trade complexity for simplicity, freedom for security, individual agency for collective strength. It's the eternal appeal of authoritarianism dressed up in attractive packaging. The real lesson we should take from Sparta isn't that we need more discipline or toughness in our lives. It's that we need to be deeply suspicious of anyone offering simple solutions to complex problems, especially when those solutions involve giving up fundamental freedoms for the promise of strength and security. Instead of embracing simplistic narratives about ancient heroes, we should use the Spartan example to embrace complexity in historical narratives. We should look beyond the shiny surface of legend and ask uncomfortable questions. We should understand that history is rarely a clear-cut tale of good versus evil, but rather a messy, contradictory tapestry woven from human choices, competing motivations, and often unintended consequences. The real value of studying Sparta isn't in finding role models or inspiration. It's in learning to recognize the warning signs of systems that prioritize collective strength over individual humanity. It's in understanding how societies can convince themselves that their worst impulses are actually their greatest virtues. Maybe most importantly, it's in appreciating the incredible complexity and fragility of the freedoms we often take for granted. The fact that you can lie in your bed tonight and think whatever thoughts you want, without fear that someone is monitoring your loyalty to the state, is actually a remarkable historical achievement that most humans throughout history couldn't imagine. As you drift off to sleep tonight, let the whispers of ancient Sparta settle around you. Not the loud, heroic shouts of the movie screen, but the quieter, more complex echoes of a society that sacrificed almost everything human in pursuit of perfect military efficiency. And as you rest in your own messy, imperfect, beautifully complicated world, maybe take a moment to appreciate the profound luxury of your own choices, your own thoughts, your own quiet freedoms. Sweet dreams, dear listener. Thanks for taking this journey with me through one of history's most seductive and dangerous myths. Sleep well in your wonderfully imperfect freedom. If you made it this far, I'd love to hear from you in the comments, particularly if you think you would survive as a Spartan citizen, or would you be tossed off the cliff at age 0?